not walk so good to begin with. Good morning, Paul.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. It was good seeing you and Jane to chat for a few minutes last night. And I need to thank Jane again because she looked at me and she said, "Are you tired?" And I said, "Yes, I'm leaving." I don't think I would have thought if she had asked me that. I really just went back and collapsed. That was kind of good.
Got out of there about 10 to 11 there, or really, as they say. So, yeah, I got most.
Me, Dad, actually, I slept really well. Really?
I slept really well during the meeting yesterday.
It's time.
Please start taking your seats. Hello, hello. Please start taking your seats.
Good for him.
Needs to be announced. I don't like starting late.
Keep working on the speed. Yeah. I bet you have the official.
Isn't that always the way?
This is the official. What's going on here? Is the bell? Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm not sure who is here this morning. I think this is speaking this afternoon. I think this is all
I'm playing me.
maybe. Oh, you're the one who told me that, so you're not.
That's the ice.
Cool.
That was gonna do that.
Oh, okay, I'm mistaken then, yeah.
No one knows how long.
Good time.
Oh, here it is.
Where?
Yeah, here it is. Right.
Okay.
Please start taking your seats so we can get started.
So I guess Kelly asked me to speak, so I will speak. Wait a minute. Yeah, I know. Wait a minute. Who's on watch? Right. Cortez. John Barry. Thank you. How's the team doing? Good. We're having a lot of fun. I think I miss the district. So I'm at headquarters now, so. Thank you. Hey, how's Tom? Did that award and everything, did that go well with the team? That was so well deserved. That's what we want to hear. Good. Make sure you foot stomp that senior leadership. That's what we can. That's the best thing we can do to say thank you. Yeah, because that is the.
All right, let's take our seats. We're ready to get started.
She does it so much better than I do. Look at everybody sits down. She listens to him. All right. Well, good morning, Auxiliary. Woo! And welcome to our guests as well. We'll introduce them formally in a few minutes. So, and I want to shout out to our AV staff in the back, Patrick and Roger, who have been, awesome job. I'm not sure about you out there, but we're hearing a little echoing in here, and they're doing the best they can, but the setup is a setup, the room and all, so awesome job. And they informed me this morning, because of course we are live streaming this, and taping it, so people who aren't able to join us can at least join us virtually. So far, we've had 350 people view the OPCOM from yesterday. That's a lot of people. And 298 viewed the Committee of the Whole from the day before. So really hats off. And again, thank you for doing that. That's really awesome. That's a great turnout there. So welcome to the annual meeting of the National Board of the Coast Guard, U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary. And first of all, would everybody please mute your phones or anything that might ring? We will begin with the invocation, the Pledge of Allegiance, and recognition of past Commodores who have crossed the bar since our last meeting. So would everybody please stand?
Thank you, Commodore Kirkwood. I would like to welcome Commander Robert Mills, Deputy Chaplain of the Coast Guard, to please give the invocation.
Good morning, everybody. I invite you to pray with me briefly. Eternal God, our great nation has a strong foundation of volunteerism. Today, as the National Board conducts the business of the Coast Guard Auxiliary, we remember that history of volunteerism and the great strides that volunteers have made in supporting and building and growing our country and its people. We ask your blessing on this meeting, that everything that is said and done here will reflect honor and credit to this organization, to the Coast Guard, and to the men and women that we serve. We are grateful for those who serve in this uniform, both on active duty and in the auxiliary. We ask your blessing on each one who's out there today, some in harm's way. We thank you for the great privilege we have of service. May we learn lessons well. May we lead with integrity and compassion. And Lord, I do ask a special blessing on our country. These are interesting and sometimes turbulent days. So we ask that you will be with us in every way, especially and specifically through this meeting. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
All right, thank you, Chaplain Mills. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Vice National Commodore Pat Ferry.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Now, Commodore Bob Schaefer, President of the National Association of Commodores, and Vice President Commodore Godshaw will now honor our shipmates who have crossed the bar since the last in-person meeting.
Commodore Robert Earhart, Commodore Robert J. Brazil, Commodore Richard Coons, Commodore Wesley Cottrell, Commodore Guy Markley, Commodore Marilyn McBain, Commodore Donald Moon, Commodore Lydia Olson, Commodore Richard Rudabaugh, Commodore Stephen Salmon, Commodore John Staggs, Commodore Joseph Taylor, Commodore Louis Winecki.
Thank you, Commodores. And again, welcome to this year's Coast Guard Auxiliary National Training Summit in Dallas, Texas. Please have your seats. Our focus this week has definitely been on training. So far this week, we have taken care of some of the administrative and national staff work needed to keep us on course as we execute our strategic plan. Today and tomorrow, we will have the opportunity to hear from senior Coast Guard leaders, as well as some of our partner programs. We will also have a variety of auxiliary workshops to convey the latest information to our members throughout the weekend. Tonight, we will enjoy our Western-themed banquet and fellowship. Yeehaw! Get your boots ready. We do have a line dance instructor coming. I'm so excited. Tomorrow morning, our board meeting will continue, and tomorrow night we will wrap up with our formal National Commodores Banquet, featuring acting Vice Commandant of the Coast Guard, Vice Admiral Tom Allen, as our keynote speaker. At this time, I ask my Executive Assistant, Kelly Crescelius, to give a quick safety briefing and introduce our guests.
Thank you, Commodore Kirkwood. A quick reminder about personal safety during this week. We encourage all members to start every meeting with a safety briefing. In case of an emergency, there are 9 AEDs throughout the hotel, with the closest location being at the atrium front desk. You can see the emergency exits behind you, as well too behind me. If you're walking in the front today, there are cords with rugs over them, taped down. Please watch your step. It is an uneven surface. All right, now it is my pleasure to introduce the head table. Please hold your applause until all have been introduced. First, we have the 37th National Commodore, Mary Kirkwood. To her right, Rear Admiral Wayne Arguin, the Assistant Commandant for Prevention Policy. To his right, Commodore Linda Merriman, Deputy National Commodore, Information Technology and Planning. Continuing to her right, Commodore Sonny Thatch, Deputy National Commodore, Atlantic Area West and Mission Support. To his right, the Chief Director of Auxiliary, Captain Brent Schmadicke. On Commodore Kirkwood's left, Vice National Commodore Pat Ferry. To his left, Rear Admiral Douglas Schofield, Deputy Commandant for Operations. To his left, Commodore Michael Bozard, Deputy National Commodore Pacific Area and Operations. To his left, John Krogman, Deputy National Commodore Atlantic Area East and Recreational Boating Safety. And to his left, Acting Immediate Past National Commodore Alex Maliski. I will now introduce our Assistant National Commodores. Assistant National Commodore ForceCom, Todd Monis. Assistant National Commodore Response Prevention, Rick Saunders. Assistant National Commodore Recreational Boating Safety, Chris Wilson. Assistant National Commodore Information Technology, Amanda Constant. Deputy National Commodore Finance, Bart Knapp. Assistant National Commodore Chief Counsel, Bruce Kelton. Assistant National Commodore Admin Services, Rich Milichek. And President, National Association of Commodores, Commodore Robert Schaefer. From the Coast Guard Headquarters, Chief Director's Office of the Auxiliary, we also, of course, have our BSX Chief Director, Captain Schmadicke, Lieutenant J.G. Kelly Richters, YNC Alana Piera, Master Chief Jason Hermes, Commander Steve Minatolo, U.S. Coast Guard retired, Commander Steve Keel, U.S. Coast Guard retired, and Mr. Randall Ellington. Also, a big thank you to our district directors and OTOs who have joined us today. We also want to welcome Ms. Holly Haverstick, Director of International Affairs and Foreign Policy, Advisor to the U.S. Coast Guard. We will also have from the Coast Guard Museum, Captain Wes Pulver, U.S. Coast Guard retired. From Coast Guard Mutual Assistance, we have CEO Captain Brooke Millard, U.S. Coast Guard retired, CFO Melissa Bell, and Volunteer Outreach Coordinator Valerie Stanley, and they have a table set up right out there, so make sure you stop by and say hello. Representing the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary, we have National Director Vice Admiral Manatola Valnar. And from Mauritania, Association of Diving and Marine Rescue, Mohammed Lamine Grimici. And thank you to our 30th Past National Commodore, Jim Voss, for being here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcoming these distinguished guests.
Quite a handful. It's a good group here today. At this time, I convene the meeting of the National Board of the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary. My executive assistant will call the roll. Kelly?
I will now conduct a roll call of the National Board. National Commodore Mary Kirkwood.
Present.
Vice National Commodore Pat Ferry.
Present.
Immediate Past National Commodore Alex Maleski. Chief Director of the Auxiliary, Coast Guard Captain Brent Schmadicke. Deputy National Commodore Atlantic Area East and Recreational Boating Safety John Krogman. Deputy National Commodore Atlantic Area West and Mission Support Sonny Thatch. Deputy National Commodore Pacific Area and Operations Michael Bozarth. Deputy National Commodore Information Technology and Planning, Linda Merriman. Northeast District Northern Region Commodore Glenn Gayton. Northeast District Southern Region Commodore Michael Klasick. East District Northern Region Commodore Noreen Shabini. East District Southern Region Commodore James Thomas. Southeast District Commodore Martin Goodwin. Heartland District Coastal Region Commodore Doug Ritchie. Heartland District Eastern Region Ron Bono. Heartland District Western Rivers District Chief of Staff Chris Ware. Great Lakes District Central Region, Commodore Mark Villano. Great Lakes District Eastern Region, Commodore Stephen Wadsworth. Great Lakes District Western Region, Commodore Robert Kumpf. Southwest District Northern Region, Commodore James Losey. Southwest District Southern Region, Commodore Rodney Donahue. Northwest District, Commodore Klaus Nyhaus. Oceania District Commodore Jody Nelson. Arctic District Commodore David Larkin. And President of the National Association of Commodores, Bob Schaefer.
All right, good to see everybody here. Commodore Kelton, do we have a quorum?
Yes, you have a quorum.
All right, we have a quorum. Thank you. Your attendance at today's meeting is greatly appreciated, and I hope you will find the proceedings interesting. All this is done by an amazing, and I say amazing, conference staff that has shifted gears to a new location and worked hard to make this week happen. Our event coordinator, Tom Butler, and his team, Carl Hans, Gary Barth, Sue Kendall, Dan Blankenship, Robin Priestley, and Mark Hartman. Our AV, Patrick Brown and Roger Kramer, and our executive assistant, Kelly Chryselius.
All right, our first speaker of the day, I would like to introduce the Acting Deputy Commandant for Operations, Rear Admiral Douglas Schofield. Vice Admiral Schofield assumed the duties as the Acting Deputy Commandant for Operations in August of this year. In this capacity, he's responsible for the development of operational strategy, policy, guidance, and resources that address national priorities. This oversight of Coast Guard missions, programs, and services includes intelligence, international affairs, cyber, the maritime transportation system, commercial regulations and inspections, maritime security, search and rescue, environmental response, law enforcement, defense operations, environmental response, contingency planning, and the operational capabilities of cutter, boat, aviation, shore, and deployable specialized forces. I thought I was busy. Wow. Help me welcome Admiral Douglas Schofield.
Well, Commodore, Vice Commodore, senior leaders, I am absolutely honored to be here with you all today because you help us, most importantly, stand the watch. So I'll come back to that here as we go. This is my third year in a row making it to this conference, and really the opportunity for me, it's really to connect with all of you so we can help you find how you can support the American taxpayers in the best manner possible. Through the support of our Coast Guard active duty, civilians, and reserves, you do that very well, and I'm very proud to talk to you more about that. And so please, as we go around, and Master Chief Martinowski, there she is, you can get truth to conversation with her. You will get the facts from me, but we are around today, so please stop us and ask your questions and see where some of those challenges are. So I'm just going to quickly lay out a little bit what's going on in the Coast Guard, including I am the 5th Acting Deputy Commandant for Operations of the Coast Guard in this year. Master Chief makes that very well known. Many of you know I was the Southeast District Commander up until mid-July. I packed up and moved up to Washington, D.C., and I'm certainly honored. I was selected to be the future Chief of Staff, really, of the Coast Guard. And it's a new position. I can't be acting in that role. So in the meantime, I do what I love doing. Why I joined the Coast Guard is continue to work our operational side of the Coast Guard. So I'll be in this role probably for several months until I am officially nominated and hopefully confirmed, and we'll continue to round that out. So I bring that up, not for me, but where's the Coast Guard going with leadership? And many of you have heard through the newspapers, through our leadership team, what's going on with the Coast Guard. This is a great time to be part of the Coast Guard. It's a great time to be an auxiliary team supporting the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard is a very well-respected and really needed asset for the nation. So the President and the staff and Congress have all said, you're important to us. So many of you know recently through reconciliation and the bill that was passed in July, the Coast Guard's receiving over $24 billion, which is very positive. We've also got direction that we're going to increase the size of the Coast Guard because we're short on the ability to defend, protect, and secure our maritime border. So the Coast Guard is looking to grow in the coming years as well. I will tell you, and I know many of you are asking, how does this impact, how does this financial windfall in support of the Coast Guard, how does that help all of us sitting here? Well, it doesn't directly help you there yet. Most of that money is tied up into new assets and capability coming in the future. Marine domain awareness, icebreakers, ensuring we can accelerate our medium endurance cutters offshore, recapitalize some of our boats in the field faster, etc. But this gives us an opportunity to really work with Congress to get our operations and sustainment money, the money you see out in the field being spent, to be increased and increase our readiness. So the real piece for you is how can you play a big part in that readiness moving ahead? And I'm going to talk about a couple of those pieces. You always ask me, how can I best support the men and women out there? And I will tell you a few things there. So more to follow as you see the fiscal year 26 budget hopefully gets drafted, and our Coast Guard Authority Act within the National Defense Authorization Act, hopefully next month. We'll see how that goes, but we are working that. We are working to get those operational funding and maintenance money out there to increase our readiness and be ready to take on the truly the expanding missions of the Coast Guard that way. So the administration has really said, and it hasn't really changed. So the new administration came in, everyone says, where are the priorities? It's always to secure, defend, and protect our maritime borders. It always starts with ensuring we know what's coming in and out of those borders. As simple as that. Whether it's our ports, whether it's our beaches, whether it's our airspace from a maritime vector, what's coming in. So illegal aliens, we're stopping them on the water, as well as stopping the illicit maritime activity, the counter drug, the contraband coming in, the fentanyl, the precursors for fentanyl. All of those illicit activities coming in, we are working, including some of the harder espionage on the financial side, et cetera, with our partners in HSI, FBI, et cetera. We are working that to get after the trans-criminal organizations around the world. We play a huge part in that as a team. So we are working that. The ports, a lot going on in the ports. So many of you know we're trying to step up how we defend our ports better, because that is important. It's important. It's 80% of our economic engine arrives in and out of our ports daily. And we need to be there to ensure with our other government organizations like CBP that we know what's coming in and out of those areas. We keep the waterways safe, which you all do quite often, and ensure that we can track that illicit activity coming in and look for those risks. So we're continuing to work that. I know Admiral Arguin and his team's been working that very hard, and that's an area that many of you can help support us on better understanding our ports, our waterways, and keeping that commerce going safely and securely. And last piece is the contingency piece. We need to be ready. And the administration says, hey, we need to be ready for those contingencies. Coast Guard's always called. A lot going on the next year. We get Sail 250 next summer. We get FIFA and the World Cup coming in many, many cities. That's going to cause a lot of work for us. And I say, when we say contingencies, it's not just my last job where I had 5 major hurricanes in 2 years. It's about all those large events that need us to help secure that maritime vector. That's what we need to do for those contingencies. Sometimes they pop up unexpectedly, like the hurricanes. Sometimes we have some planning windows, so we need to be ready for that. So we're going to continue to get after that side as a Coast Guard, build in that resiliency, including all of you, to do that. So I will end with a couple facts. What everyone asked me. I think I said this last year as well. Everyone asks me all the time, how important is boating safety? How important is the boating safety for the Coast Guard, for the American public? Is it more or less important today? What do you think? More or less? What do you think? More. It absolutely is. Because if we don't get after the expanding boater safety challenges we have on our waterways, we are not going to be able to get after these other priorities. It should make sense. We know there are more boats on our waterways. So when we're distracted and we have accidents and challenges in those waterways, we can't get after protecting those ports, securing our borders, and really defending the American public. So hopefully that makes sense to all of you. And I think what the leadership team here can help us do is help us understand where you think those risks are to the safety of those waterways. You know better than us in many of those areas. So work with your districts, your stations, your operations, and our logistics teams on how we can do better in those areas. Be vocal. That's really, really important. There's no doubt there's other emerging efforts going on the cyber terrain. We always will need support there if we're going to do better in the ports. So the intelligence driving operations. And there's no doubt that our chaplains have come out and really helped support the Coast Guard under a lot of strain throughout the nation. And that's really important to us. Without our folks feeling mentally ready to stand the watch, we don't do a good job of standing the watch. So it starts with our people. And I ask all of you to think about that and how you can support them. I was talking to some of our senior leaders last night. What I always say, when I sit with our young folks, including my son who's now an ensign, he doesn't listen to me very much, as you would well imagine, on kind of, hey, how do you deal with life, right? But when he comes and sees all of you from all fields doing different walks of life in volunteering and being part of the Coast Guard, they listen to you. Our young men and women listen to you. Be part of that. That's part of People First, and you have a huge part to play in there, much more so than those of us more senior in the Coast Guard. So I ask you to think about that and take those opportunities, that leadership piece, that push to do that. And then as you go around, be proactive. See where you can, excuse me, best get us to a better spot and help us with our priorities moving ahead. It's going to come from you. I know Commodore Goodwin, I had him at my biweekly calls with our senior staff, and he would interject and say, hey, here's a couple opportunities to help support our sectors, our air stations, and the men and women in the Southeast. So I ask all of you to think about that. How can you interject to say, I see some of these things emerging in our region, in our flotillas, so we can do better moving ahead. So I'm really excited to be here. Please pull us aside, and certainly Master Chief Martinowski, we're proud to look ahead. The future is really bright. And I know in my next role, I know we've had challenges with these uniforms, and I hope to do better with the stock and supply of the uniforms given the material challenges across the United States now. And I know many of you have seen some of that. Our windbreakers are tough to get right now, and we're working that across all the military services. So we want to make sure we have safe and ready uniforms. But I know that starts there, that you're able to get uniforms and be able to stand the watch with us. So looking forward to great conversations the next couple days and opportunity to learn together. Thank you for standing the watch. Thank you for being leaders and professionals and being really the best part of the Coast Guard. Those that stand and volunteer to be part of a great organization to keep commerce flowing and keep Americans safe on the waterways. Thank you very much. I'm proud to be here. Thank you. Thanks, Commodore.
Thank you, Admiral Schofield. At this time, I would like to introduce Deputy Chaplain of the Coast Guard, Commander Robert Mills. Chaplain Mills is the Deputy Chaplain of the Coast Guard. He entered active duty as a Navy chaplain in 2008, holding a PhD in Organizational Leadership and a Master's in Divinity and National Security Studies. Chaplain Mills specializes in trauma ministry and leadership education. He is an experienced classical baritone soloist and a private pilot. He is married to the former Virginia Miller, and they have 2 daughters. Chaplain Mills?
Good morning, everybody. Happy to be here. I bring you the greetings of Chaplain Jen Bowden, the chaplain of the Coast Guard, who was not able to be here with you today. She does send her love and greetings to all of you, and sent me as well to share some of her message with you. Ma'am, Admiral, senior leaders, Master Chief, and everybody, happy to be here with you today. I'd like to take a few minutes to share 2 short stories that have happened in my experience around suicide. And then I would like to ask you 3 questions that I hope you'll take with you from this place and this time as you move forward in your work. The first of these stories happened when I was a civilian. I was working and living in a very small town in western Wisconsin. We literally had 2 stoplights in the town at that point. There are a few more now, but in those days there were about 1,500 people living in the town. And I was working as the chaplain of a very small hospital there in town. It had 25 beds, and it was hooked up to a 57-bed senior care facility, also known as a nursing home. And in this little town, everybody knew everybody, as you might imagine. We had a situation arise the night before Thanksgiving, so it was Wednesday night before Thanksgiving. The local hairdresser, and there was only one hair salon in the place, and she was the hairdresser. She had graduated a few years prior from the high school. She had been a cheerleader. She was a very popular young lady. And that night before Thanksgiving, she and her boyfriend were talking, and he said, "Why don't we go out to the movies?" And she said, "Well, why don't you go ahead? I'm just going to rest. I'm going to take a nap." And he went out to the movies, and when he returned, he found that she had taken her life. And it was a devastating event for all of us. I was a clergy member then, as I am now, and I had one of the churches in town, and the 3 of us pastors, well, 2 pastors and a priest, we got together and we formed a study committee to try to talk about what was going on, because in the 6 months after her death by suicide, 2 other people took their lives by suicide as well. And our town was rocked back on its heels. It was extremely painful, and it just kept getting worse. And so we formed this study committee of volunteers, of clergy, police chief, the mayor, people from the hospital, doctors, etc. And we worked and worked and worked and decided that we needed to do some training. And so this was before my military years when I had the training. So we brought in somebody to do an ASSIST class. Some of you are familiar with ASSIST, Applied Suicide Intervention Skills Training. It's a 2-day, 16-hour class. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a couple of minutes. But we brought somebody in to do that ASSIST class, and we employed them for 2 tranches of ASSIST, 2 days, a day off, and then 2 more days. And we put 60 people through ASSIST, including myself. And I'm very happy to report that the little town of Durand, Wisconsin, to the best of my knowledge, has not had another suicide since that happened. Because of the training, partially, because of the collaboration, hugely, people working together, coming together, drilling down, asking the hard questions when somebody was having a harder time, and because we decided we were going to step up and work together to help somebody. and to help each other. That's the first story. Started awful, but it had a better ending. The second story was my very first active duty tour back in 2008. I was in Iwakuni, Japan, at a Marine Corps air station. And about 10 o'clock one night, the phone rang. And as you know, chaplains always have a duty phone. Mine is right over there. Hopefully it doesn't ring right in the next few minutes here. But we always have a duty phone. Many of you do too, I know that. The phone rang, the duty phone rang, and I took the call, and it was a very scared corporal of Marines. And he said, Chaplain, you told us in training that we're supposed to ask our people if they're suicidal, and one of my people is suicidal, and I need you to talk with her. Will you come? And I said, absolutely. Have her in my office in 15 minutes. I'll be there. So I quickly changed and raced over to the office and met the young lady that he brought. He waited in the outer room while I spoke with her. And in conversation, in counseling with Marines, sailors, Coast Guard men and women, I have often seen that the presence of a chaplain usually brings a stabilizing influence. And thank you, sir, for your mention of what we do. It's appreciated. In this case, it wasn't helping very much. She was getting worse and worse as we were speaking. And I was seeing that this was very rapidly leaving my sphere of expertise and moving into a medical sphere of expertise. But I wanted to listen. So I listened and we spoke. And then with her permission, I escorted her over to our medical folks and turned her over to a higher level of care. She was medevaced from Iwakuni to another location in Japan for a few days, and then ultimately was medevaced back to the United States. And that night, after we had handed her off and briefed everybody on everything that should be briefed, the corporal came back and he said, chaps, I was so scared to ask that question. You know that question, are you actually considering suicide? He said, I was so scared to do that. But he said, I followed my training because you guys keep telling us that asking that question isn't going to make it worse. And sometimes we just need to ask. And apparently, she had been somebody who had been a very high performer. They were working on the flight line and shift work, and it was night work. And for the previous few nights, he had seen this previously high-performing Marine just really dropping the ball. And it wasn't only performance, there was an attitude thing too. And the night before he called me, he had addressed her and said, Lance Corporal, you're not looking normal. Are you okay? And she said, get out of my face. And that was highly unusual for any Marine, highly unusual for her. And he said, I knew something was wrong. So the following night, the night that he actually ended up calling, when she answered him with sarcasm and bitterness again, he pulled her aside away from everybody else, and he said, this is not like you, Lance Corporal. Are you considering suicide? And she started to cry, and that's when he called me. Well, I'm happy to report that 6 months later, I stood in a formation and watched her being meritoriously promoted to corporal. She went through that dark time. She went through that, what we call a kill zone. She went through that, and with help, with a team, she's not only survived, but she came back and thrived. And she's out of the Marine Corps now. She's actually going to college. She's doing very well. I tell you these two stories to let you know that the issues are very real. They're very real at home. Almost exactly, well, in about a week, it will be a year ago that a Coast Guard young YN2 in our office took his own life. And you cannot begin to imagine the level of pain that all of us felt and still feel because of that. This is a very real and very present horror that is happening to our people. So I'm going to ask you 3 questions that I'm going to invite you to ask yourself. And the first of those 3 questions is, what are you doing to take care of you? What are you doing to take care of yourself? Suicidal thinking is not limited to hairdressers and junior enlisted folks. Suicidal thinking can touch and affect, even profoundly affect, the most experienced, the most senior. It was 1994 when we lost the Chief of Naval Operations to suicide, Admiral Mike Bourda, the only sailor to go from E1 to O10 and become CNO. When challenged with an integrity question, he took his life. What are you doing to take care of yourself? When those feelings come, and they don't with all of us, I have never in my entire life, almost 59 years, felt suicidal. I felt very sad and despondent at times, but I personally have not felt those feelings, but many of you in a crowd this size have, and some do. So my question stands, what are you doing to take care of yourself? And here's the invitation, reach out. There are dozens, if not hundreds of people around you who are willing to help, who are willing to listen, who are willing to engage with you, who are willing to walk a journey with you if it will help you. The problem with suicidal thinking is that very often it's underground until it gets to a very dangerous level. So here's my invitation for you. Don't let it stay underground. Surface that negative, dark stuff so that somebody who's trained, somebody who's competent, somebody who cares can help you. That's question number 1. How are you taking care of yourself? Question number 2 is, how are you taking care of your people? You are leaders. As volunteers, you're no less leaders than those of us who are commissioned officers and senior enlisted. And I want to invite you to engage with your people. Get to know them. Listen to them. Know when somebody's going through a marriage difficulty or a relationship issue. Know when somebody was passed over for promotion or denied an opportunity that they thought they should deserve or did deserve. Know when something negative and awful and discrepant has happened in someone's life. And that also means each other. Looking across the tables, looking around, what are you doing to take care of your people? Thirdly, I would ask, what are we doing to take care of the Coast Guard? And I'm going to ask that question and answer it in some of the same sentences here. We're doing a lot. We're doing a lot. It was just a little less than a year ago that the acting vice commandant at the time, Admiral Gautier, asked us to ensure that our senior people were trained in assist. He said by the end of the fiscal year, I'm sorry, it was not Admiral Gautier, it was Admiral Lunday at that point. Yep, sorry about that. Admiral Lunday said, I want all of our senior enlisted and all of our flag officers trained in assist before the end of the fiscal year. So what we have been doing at headquarters and taking it on the road as well is providing assist classes for the senior executives of the Coast Guard. We call it Executive Assist. Chaplain Bowden, Chaplain McGarity there at Base NCR have been leading that effort, but other chaplains have been doing that in different districts and different areas too. Some of you probably have been in some of those classes. That's one thing. The other is our ongoing efforts in assist and safe talk. We're doing a lot of training in that. Almost every week, somewhere in the Coast Guard, there's an assist or a safe talk class. We're working with each other. We're working with our auxiliary chaplain service. many of whom are trained as assist trainers. So the three questions stand today. What are you doing to take care of you? What are you doing to take care of your people? What are we doing to take care of the Coast Guard? We're working together. We're collaborating. We're helping each other. We're holding each other accountable and responsible. And I just want to say thank you to all of you and to those that you oversee for the efforts that you and they are doing. God bless you. Take care. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chaplain Mills. We are now going to take a 20-minute break. So please be back in your seats at 20 minutes. 9:05 by my clock. Thank you.
Big state in Texas here in the Heartland District. It's great. All right. Doing well yesterday. Yeah, we came in late afternoon. You got in. I think I got in my room. 5:30. Same plane you were with.
So when we do, you and I are both going to individually count, just like the last time, right? You're going to count the votes, and I'm going to
Yes,
count the votes.
correct. And we'll make sure we have the same amount
But
of votes.
we got 25 potential votes.
All right, we're going to get started. If you guys can start getting towards your seats, I would greatly appreciate you. Oh, yeah. Because they'll have to take one to lunch and all they have to do is sign up for lunch. Yeah.
We'll talk later.
All right. Welcome back. We are now going to hear from our Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary partners. It is now my pleasure to introduce Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary Captain Sheena Falnar. Captain Falnar is dedicated public servant and legal professional with a Juris Doctorate degree from the Philippines. She has served as a paralegal in the House of Representatives and is now a chief of staff at the governor of Misamis Oriental. She has been a member of the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary for 8 years. She is currently in her second term as squadron director of the 212th PCGA Squadron, and she is the daughter of Auxiliary Vice Admiral Manolita Falnar, the 11th National Director and the first woman to lead the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary. Let's hear it for the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary. Thank you, Captain.
Hello. I'm too cute. To our U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary National Commodore Mary Kirkwood, good morning. Ma'am, good morning. To our distinguished guests, fellow volunteers, good morning. As we continue to collaborate, as we continue to have the shared values of service, volunteerism, maritime safety, and our unwavering pursuit of excellence, it is my honor to present the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary Report. So this occasion is very much meaningful to me, for this is my first time attending after work commitment that hinders me to come. I stand here not just a proud volunteer, but as a newly appointed International Affairs Officer of the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary. So for that alone, I am very much happy and look forward to more collaborations that we will be doing in the years to come. Thank you so much for the continued invitation. Yeah. So for everyone who doesn't know what Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary is, we are established year February 1972. In year 2009, we became part of the Republic Act 99993. So that's the Philippine Coast Guard law, where the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary is created or was created. So now we are the under the able leadership of our commandant, the Philippine Coast Guard Commandant, Admiral Ronnie Hill Gavan, PCG. So he's our the present commandant of the Philippine Coast Guard. So we are under his direct control and supervision. So the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary is a civilian volunteer organization. So for 53 years, the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary have unwavering support to the Philippine Coast Guard. So we have 11 national directors, and unfortunately, the 11th national director is my mom, so I cannot say no to her telling me to speak in front of everybody. Yeah, so I would like to recognize our National Director, Vice Admiral Lilibet Faelnar, PCGA, ma'am. So in the Philippines, in this convention or National Training Summit, we have approximately 20 delegates together with me. Yes, sir, on that side. We also have 16 active districts in the Philippines, all over the Philippines. More than 30,000 members. Now it's running approximately 40,000. Yes. So our mission, the PCGA shall assist the Philippine Coast Guard in the promotion of safety of life, property at sea, and preservation of our maritime environment and resources, and conduct maritime search and rescue operations, engage in maritime safety activities, and among others. So our core functions are the following: environmental protection, community relations, maritime safety, search and rescue. So these are, we think, are our current challenges. The West Philippine Sea dispute with China. I think everyone knows of this. And we are very much appreciative of the efforts that the United States is doing for our country. For that, thank you very much. So as everyone know, we have the recent encounter with China, Coast Guard China, China Coast Guard. But that did not hinder our strong men and women of the Philippine Coast Guard to protect our property, which we think is our right under the Constitution, our sovereign rights over the West Philippine Sea, as we continue to protect and preserve that right under the Constitution. We remain to be as PCGA, we may not be the one doing the enforcement of our laws, but as PCGA, we have a vital role in the information drive of what is it for us as Filipinos, the West Philippine Sea. So for that alone, we have a very vital role in protecting our sovereignty as PCGA. So the hazards, the typhoon, earthquake frequency. So as we all know, the Philippines is one of those, among those countries who are regularly hit by typhoons, calamities, earthquakes, and among others. So every year, we've recorded 20 earthquakes per day in the Philippines. So for the past years, the Philippines experienced numerous damaging effects of these calamities, these hazards. So as Philippine Coast Guard auxiliaries, these are our initiatives. We are responsible to preparedness, disaster preparedness and responses. And after that, we are responsible for relief operations. We conduct that to several islands. We have 7,000 plus islands in the Philippines. So you have to consider the challenges that it takes to travel, to deliver food for the victims of these calamities. So we do that. We do that on a regular basis. We have here our director for our civil relations. They're here to listen, to hear, to understand, and to learn from how you do things here in the U.S. So we do that, preparedness, response. We conduct trainings, but we think that our trainings is not enough. So with our collaboration, we will be learning a lot from you guys. So we also partner with private stakeholders like Nature Spring. It's a company of water in the Philippines, water distribution, and together with Standard Insurance. So they provided aid in our activities in the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary. So alongside with our initiatives, our forums, we conduct forums, we participate forums, especially with our allied organizations such as the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary. So recently, we've joined this together with OB Montessori Center. We've collaborated with the PCG, of course, on the peace education, on new gen peace builders based in Pennsylvania, USA. And we also participated in the Indo-PACOM region online forums. This was just done recently. So we are very much active in our allied organizations, especially the international organizations that we have in the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary. So for that alone, we thank you so much for the continued collaboration and for the yearly invitation that you have lent to our Philippine delegation. Thank you so much, and we look forward to more valuable years of partnership, of support, and of valuable trainings that we will be getting from you, learning from you. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
All right. Thank you, Captain. That was awesome. I love the slides. It was a great presentation. So moving forward, each member of the board has received a copy of the minutes of our board meeting from our March 20th virtual N-Train National Board meeting. You received it on July 22nd. At this time, I would like to request a motion to waive the reading of these minutes. Jim Thomas? Who's second? Noreen? Okay. The motion to waive the reading of the minutes from a national board meeting held on March 20th, 2025 has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. There being no request for discussion, we will take a show of hands from all members of the board for adoption on the motion. For those in favor, please now raise your hands. Kelly and Commodore Kelton, can you take account? Okay. Any opposed? Please raise your hands. Commodore Kelton, did the motion pass? The motion passed. Thank you. So the motion to waive the reading of the minutes is approved. At this time, I'll request a motion to adopt the minutes from our national board meeting on March 2025. Who is it? District. Okay. Who is the second? Okay. The motion to adopt the minutes of the National Board meeting from March 20th, 2025 has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay. Being no request for discussion, we'll take a show of hands from all members of the board for adoption of this motion. So all those in favor, please raise your hand. You can only put one hand up. All right. If any opposition, please raise your hands. All right. Commodore Kelton, did the motion pass? The motion passed. Thank you so much. So the motion to adopt the minutes of the board meeting from our national meeting in March has been passed. At this time, I'd like to ask if there's any old business to be brought before the national board. All right, hearing none. Is there any new business to be brought before the national board? All right. Hearing none, we'll now consider the recommendations submitted for consideration and action by the national board. Vice National Commodore Ferry will present the recommendations.
Thank you, Commodore. The recommendations that are being brought before the board have been discussed at area meetings, the committee of the whole, and have been in your hands for 30 days. I will summarize each recommendation before it is considered. The actual text of the recommendation is what will go to BSX for BSX formal approval if the recommendation is approved by the board. So each member of the National Board has received the recommendations on the 22nd of June. So I will now start with the first recommendation, which was submitted by Commodore Klasick via the DNACO Land East on June 3rd, 2025. The recommendation would be for the removal of unlimited term limits for elected vice flotilla commanders and vice division commanders. Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation?
Motion in the back. Klaus.
Who was it?
Klaus.
Klaus? Second? Do we have a second for the motion? Second? Is there any discussion on this recommendation? Yes. Commodore Thatch?
Can we get a microphone?
Thank you, Commodore. I have been asked by my area, by Atlantic West, to speak on their behalf, and there is a proposed amendment to this recommendation, essentially to allow for because essentially the DCDR has a limit of 4 terms. So the recommendation is to allow for for a member to resume that office after or during the 4th year of removal from the district board, to essentially allow folks to resume those offices if it's been a certain period of time since they held it. So I can provide some additional specific language if the Chief Counsel would like. Yep. So we're proposing the language to be any auxiliary leader who has served as either VCDR or DCDR may again run for re-election to that office during the 4th year of district board absence. No, district, because the DCDR is a member of the district board. This is not for flotilla, this is for division only.
They get elected at the division, do they not?
Do we have the motion? Do we have the motion as he is proposed it, recorded?
Can you come to the microphone, please? Thank you, Commodore.
We need it reread slowly so we can get it all down word for word. Can we have it reread, the motion again? Motion
Sure,
to
of
amend,
course.
Please.
Any auxiliary leader who has served as DCDR or VCDR may again run for re-election to that office during the 4th year of district board absence.
Do we have a motion to accept the amendment? Commodore Villeneuve, is there a second? Chris Ware, Chief of Staff, 8th Western. Is there any discussion on the motion? Commodore Thomas? He is representing the Commodore who is absent. Any discussion on the motion? Jim?
Yes. Because essentially the Oxman says that a DCDR can only serve a maximum of 4 terms, one-year term 4 times in that same division. We have the situation of if we're removing, we don't want the situation of emergency situations where we need someone to stand in for a position and say they've been a member for 20 years, they have their 4-year terms of DCDR, they're forever barred from that position. So we're essentially looking to mirror some provisions that we have for NEXCOM. NEXCOM has a provision that you must step away, but you can resume a position after the 6th year. So the same for district as well. So we're taking a moderated approach at the division level, reducing that number from 6 to 4. There isn't, so, say that again? Yes. So then additional language could be the 4-year term resets. So we can add that.
Does that answer your question, Commodore? All right, we have a motion on the floor to amend the original recommendation. All in favor of the motion, will you please raise your right hands? Or the amendment, I'm sorry. All those not in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Commodore Kelton, does the motion pass?
Motion passes.
Motion passes. All right, we have an amended recommendation before us. All those in favor of accepting the recommendation as amended, please raise your hand. All those opposed to the recommendation as amended, please raise your hand. The recommendation as amended passes. Thank you. The second recommendation, moving on. Was presented by our National Commodore, Mary Kirkwood. on June 18th, 2025. And the recommendation is to reduce the Auxiliary Recruiting Service Award, the criteria, from 7 members per year to 3. Do I hear a motion to approve the recommendation? Jim Losey, 11 North. Do we have a second? Mike Klasik. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, there being none, all in favor of accepting the motion as presented, raise your right hand, please. Motion passes as recommended. Thank you. The next recommendation, I believe, was submitted by Sven Dober, the Director of International Affairs, via the ANACO response, Rick Saunders. And the recommendation is for the creation of an Internal Affairs Directorate, District Staff Officer. The position would be DSOIA, and the elimination of the ADSO, or the Assistant District Staff Officer Operations International Affairs. There'd be an elimination of that position in each district. Do we have a motion to approve the recommendation? Claus, District 13. Do we have a second? Commodore Bob Schaefer, President of the National Association of Commodores. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes. Again, at the request of my area, after discussion, there was thought that instead of creating a new DSO position and everything that comes with that, increased funding for in-person training events, instead of creating an additional position and the advise and consult provision, it was suggested that the International Affairs Directorate provides recommendations and guidance to the DCOs in the appointment of their International Affairs District Officer, but keeping it as an ADSO position. So essentially, vote no.
Jason, do we have is written? Do we have a motion to accept the proposed amendment?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, discussion. Commodore Villeneuve.
I believe when we first were presented with this motion a couple of days ago, I indicated that while it was well written, there is not a lot of information that suggests there's an issue that needs. I can't hear you. Okay, how about there? Okay. A couple of days ago, when the motion was presented, I indicated that while it was well written, I don't have any evidence or information that supports the contention that there's an issue that needs resolution. And I'm not convinced that appointing a DSOIA, even if there were an issue requiring resolution, is the solution to what is basically a leadership item. The advise and consult paragraph of appointing district staff officers certainly has a slippery slope, and in my view tends to nullify the authority of elected district commodores. And we have a process by which auxiliary members can become Commodores and then make those decisions. So if it wasn't clear 2 days ago or this morning, I rise and stand against the approval of this recommendation.
Is there any other discussion? None being said, all those in favor of accepting the recommendation, raise your right hand, please.
As written.
As written. As written. All those opposed to accepting the recommendation as written, please raise your right hand. The motion fails. The fourth and the final recommendation was submitted by Commodore Bruce Kelton, our ANACO legal, on June 9th, 2025. The recommendation makes amendments to the national standing rules that clarifies the recommendation process, voting, discussion, and review process. The recommendation process approval procedures is set forth in the National Standing Rules, Article 3, require administrative amendment to clarify recommendation-related voting, discussion, and review procedures in alignment with Oxman. The required amendments set forth in the attached document have been drafted by the Auxiliary Chief Counsel's Office to help ensure the recommendation process is efficient and consistent with Coast Guard auxiliary and auxiliary policies and procedures. Do we have a motion to accept? Commodore Villeneuve, do we have a second? Do we have, we got it, Martin Godwin. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes. We have an amendment. If we have the, for the last, so 3.5, the last sentence of that proposed language has, in that regard, the decision of the National Commodore and/or the Chief Director shall be final. The proposed additional language to that sentence is, and shall be immediately communicated to the author of the proposal. So building in a notification requirement.
Any other discussion? Commodore Kumpf.
The intent behind what Commodore Thatcher said is so that the author is aware of why it failed, so then they can amend it if need be, or... Sorry, I said the intent behind what we just brought up was so that the author would know why it got rejected, so they could either rework it or determine what the next steps would be if there's going to be. That's all.
Is there any other discussion? All right, we'll proceed to a vote. All those in favor of accepting the recommendation as written?
It's the amendment first.
All right. Do we have the amendment written down? Do we need to reread the amendment? Okay. All those in favor of accepting the amendment, please raise the right hand.
Just the amendment.
Just the amendment. Okay, the amendment passes. So now we will vote on the recommendation as amendment. All those in favor of accepting the recommendation are, oh, I'm sorry, discussion. I'm just trying to move this along, folks.
We got the time, we're good.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
As my area is fully aware, I want to let the board also become aware that while I proffered a number of concerns a couple of days ago, there was clarification on behalf of Commodore Kelton that has resolved those concerns. So out of fairness and transparency, I want to let the board know that I no longer have concerns and therefore opposition to the proposal.
Thank you, Commodore Villeneuve. All right. Now we can proceed to the vote. All those in favor of accepting the recommendation as amended, please raise your right hands. Motion passes as amended. That concludes the recommendation process. Thank you for your participation and your discussion.
All right. Great job, everyone. And thank you, Commodore Ferry. I would now like to introduce to you Captain Tim Tillman, Deputy Sector Commander of Sector Corpus Christi. I'm going to skip all the impressive career over his 25 years with the Coast Guard per his request, but I do want to read the last paragraph of his bio because it's great. Tim is married to the former Kimmy O'Banion of Austin, Texas. He is originally from Shelton, Connecticut. He is a Northerner by birth, Cajun by choice, but Texan by the grace of God. His hobbies include working out, outdoor sports, finding good restaurants, bicycle operations training instructor, and Lego train special operations with Kimmy and Tim's young son, Kendall.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. And yes, special bike operations for a 3-year-old. Man, a little more complicated than I would ever thought. It is an honor and a privilege to address this esteemed body today, so I must first acknowledge the attendance of Admiral Schofield, Admiral Arguin, esteemed leaders and distinguished leaders who, through our active duty military, are able to direct us and guide us in our approach to how we conduct auxiliary operations and how we support them. Also, we'd like to acknowledge our esteemed international component who've come to visit with us. My apologies for any butchering of names. Please charge it to my head and not to my heart. But to Vice Admiral Falnar, to Mohammed Lamin Gurmichi, and other international representatives here today, thank you for being with us. To the National Commodore, Commodore Kirkwood, to Vice Commodore Ferry, engagement, integration, and innovation. I couldn't agree with that more. Wonderful watchwords. To the Deputy Commodores, one of which I do have a particular relationship with. Sonny, great to see you again, as always. This makes it a much more comfortable event, even though for some reason my voice is shaking a little bit. This makes it a much more comfortable event being here with family and friends. And so I hope the auxiliary, I hope at all of your units that you support, I hope you feel that camaraderie and that relationship with the active duty component. I know the silver and the gold combination. It's truly an honor to be with you this morning. As many of you know, Admiral Will Watson, the district commander for U.S. Coast Guard Heartland District, was supposed to be speaking with you this morning. He sends his regrets. Life and scheduling prevented him from being with you today. Admiral Watson is an outstanding leader and a powerful, eloquent speaker whose dynamism and oratory abilities could leave an audience like this captivated and spellbound. With that being said, I hope you don't mind trying something different this morning. So, as mentioned earlier, I am Captain Tim Tillman. I currently have the pleasure of serving at Sector Corpus Christi, which if you can get out of this parking lot in about a half hour, you head down 35 and down 37 to the coast, and that's where we try to live out our core values of honor, respect, and devotion to duty through our command philosophy of mission, team, and service. The sector is commanded by Captain Tori Bertho, and we have just a wonderful operation there where we are routinely involved in the outstanding missions of 10 of our 11 major missions. We don't do ice operations, but if you think about cold stunned turtles under the right light, as far as a mission support element, I would say we kind of get in the ice operations game a little bit, but that's just me. I was given the opportunity to represent the Heartland District today, of which I am proud to be a part of. And as many of my Great Lakes counterparts know, I have done 14 of my 25 years in the Heartland District at various units. And it's an absolute pleasure to be back in representing the organization. But also, I was asked to present today because of my most recent connection with the historic flooding that happened in Kerrville, Texas. I am not an aviator, as you will see from my pen. I am diametrically opposed to aviation, in fact. If, as a marine safety professional, if the prop is in the air, that's bad. As a pilot, if the prop is in the water, that is bad. It was kind of unique for me to be at the Emergency Operations Center in Austin, helping our aviators to fulfill a unbelievably harrowing task of trying to navigate around just outrageous flooding, obviously dark environments in which our air crews were requested to conduct reconnaissance and to do the most important thing, which was to save lives. And they did that with heroism and with gallantry. And it was just a functionality of our interoperability with our partners. We had other personnel who were attached to the Emergency Operations Center in Kerrville, as well as the Operations Center in Austin. We had our flight crews flying, and Chaplain Jarrett. I think a lot of times people don't realize that in the successes, the Scott Ruskin 165 lives saved, that glory, there was also still unbelievable trauma that happened because of the devastation in the area. And our crews had to experience that trauma and that devastation. And when they came back and they landed, I could make sure that they had a rental car from the airport back to their hotels. I can make sure that they could get a warm meal or an MRE. But who was there to care about their soul and to care about their hearts after they experienced that? The person who was there to take care of that was an auxiliary chaplain, Chaplain Jarrett from 0702. And we couldn't be more thankful to have someone like that available at a moment's notice, semper paratus, to come help our personnel. I mean, who knows which member of that air crew might have been this close from suicidal ideations or an attempt, or from giving it all up as far as a Coast Guard career. But that time with Chaplain Jared helped to solidify that member and make that member more effective for what we try to do on a daily basis, which is save lives. And I hope you see the connection that I'm making there. Without the auxiliary, we would have missed that opportunity. So, I guess I'd be remiss if I don't talk about the Heartland a little bit and its overall component. But you know what? I'm going to take a quick break, take a little bit of an oratory risk here. I see Craig laughing in the back. You knew it was coming. So Craig, Sonny, Rob, I see you over there. Where's Anthony? Did I miss you? There you are over there. As you hear me using first names, it's not out of disrespect, but it's out of love. These gentlemen became family to me when I was in the Great Lakes District working in Chicago. The bridges, bandits, and boats is what we were calling it up there. And they helped me to navigate those extremely complex and complicated partnerships and relationships. And it's funny because steering toward the future, the theme, all of those things that we did years ago, well, I mean, not too far ago. I mean, I transferred up here a couple months ago, but I use it for the, the turn of phrase here for this speech. But I mean, I remember sitting with Anthony and learning ICS, his way, a couple years ago, and those techniques, I used them a couple months ago at the Austin EOC. So I hope you all know that that time you're spending, those few minutes that you're spending with the active duty component at your units and as you're supporting our operations, yeah, okay, maybe tomorrow it doesn't result in, a future commandant being produced. But at the time, over time, it's going to mean something. It's valuable, it's important. And I can't say thank you enough for your patriotism and your willingness to volunteer to help us do what we do. So the Heartland District covers 26 states, which translates to 3 regions for our auxiliary component within District Heartland. Because of the sheer size of the AOR, the Heartland District had to break up our DIROCS component into 2 separate units, which is a DIROCS in St. Louis and a DIROCS in New Orleans. There are 7 sectors that cover a multitude of captain of port zones, and those are all supported by multiple marine safety units and marine safety detachments. We have 3 air stations, 1 aviation training center in Mobile. We have 46 cutters, 22 stations, 15 aids to navigation teams. That translates to about almost 3,000 personnel, over 200 shore and air facilities, and 68 mobile communications facilities. Our world-famous life-saving service performs at its best with a combined complement of active duty, reserve, civilian, and auxiliary personnel. We truly can't be at our best without you. And our best means someone gets to live to see another day. As we float, fight, and navigate in an ever-changing landscape of mission needs and requirements, it is imperative that we have a concentrated force focused on our traditional missions. And I'm going to take a quick break again. Down in Sector Corpus Christi, we had an interesting request, National Defense Area. Is anyone familiar with that terminology? Okay, so the National Defense Area is a strategic initiative by the administration to ensure our border security and territorial integrity. And one of the focuses of those NDAs, or National Defense Areas, is along the Rio Grande, which our sector is responsible for. We actually received a phone call, and the Air Force asked the Coast Guard, hey, would you guys have a group that could put something kind of like an aid to navigation / signage that would be able to indicate to individuals trying to legally access the United States that they were getting ready to enter illegally and that they were also trespassing on federal property? Of course we could do that. These navigation teams do it all the time in a different, different manners, like driving piles. And so we did a beta test because obviously it's a complex system to get DoD authorization through RFFs, and I'll bore you to death with all the acronyms, but it takes a while to get that moving. But nevertheless, we were to answer the call. But I was thinking, and I'm sure other military leaders were thinking, Admiral Schofield, please give me the yank if I'm going too far. If we have to do this for the 8,000 signs that need to be placed on the NDA, and then to patrol or to assist patrolling that, who's going to handle the PATON, ATON, RBS missions down in our AOR? Because we don't have the staff for that. But we do have a group of people whose patriotism and desire to help the Coast Guard save lives exist. So, as Admiral Schofield mentioned earlier, as we're being asked to change our priorities or we're being required to focus on different mission components in our statutorily required portfolios, we're going to need the AUX more than ever. We need you so bad, and we're going to need you to grow, and we're going to need your services and your compliment to us. Just a very long way of saying we need you. So as you know, auxiliary chaplains, culinary assistants, and even interpreters are filling voids across our service, which in turn create opportunities for the gold side to enhance operational and personal readiness. In fact, we're even seeing auxiliary component members assist us in one of our most important needs, which is our health services component, where certain auxiliaries are even augmenting our clinics. And that is extraordinarily vital in keeping our folks healthy and safe and ready for action. And your actions are not going unnoticed. In the Heartland, auxiliary teams were responsible for winning the Burleson Award and Career Awards. The Coast Guard Cutter Cheyenne won the Enhanced Mission Support Award. ATC Mobile won runner-up for the Enhanced Operations Award, and Sector Houston Galveston won the Applied Innovation Award. So that summarizes pretty much everything that the Heartland has as far as our relationship with the auxiliary. But what I'd like to do now is just to take a quick moment to kind of go off script and finalize this thing. I promise I'll land the plane. I know people are probably tired of hearing me drone on. But two things. One, I want to talk about Terry Paggy. Terry Paggy is an auxiliarist. He was a flotilla commander when I was in Chicago, and Terry was one of the most amazing auxiliarists I could have ever imagined. He sat our front desk to be the main greeter, which was interesting because Terry's about what? 6'2", 6'3", prior Marine, prior Chicago Police Detective, prior Securities Exchange Commission, enhanced security officer, and yeah, so he's pretty intimidating, but I felt good having him in the office. But Terry would do anything, sit the front desk. He would have a conversation and talk to all of our young personnel about Security Exchange Commission jobs. As Admiral Schofield said, they listen to you. They don't listen to me. I'm just the guy who signs their stuff and the guy who tells them that they can't go on liberty, so I'm just a mean old jerk. But you're the auxiliarist. You're the friendly face. You're the person who tells stories about, your grandkids. Not to call anyone seasoned here, but you and the young folks relate to that. They sometimes, and I'm not trying to be rude, but sometimes they do need that Werther's original, coming out of the pocket, and they don't need me breathing fire down their neck all the time. And you provide that buttress. It's unbelievable. And for Terry, I want to just culminate with this. Not thinking of it, Terry comes up to me and he says, hey, CO, my brother passed away from suicide. I would like to, be added to your guys' call cards and tell your staff if anybody's going through trauma or if anybody's having any trouble, they can give me a call as a relief valve. That kind of care, that kind of initiative, that kind of love, that's true patriotism, all right? And that means a lot to the active duty side. And I just want to go back to what I started off with saying is, if you're not hearing that enough, if you're not feeling integrated into your units enough, please remember my words, remember Admiral Schofield's words, remember all the words of the senior leaders up here today. You are a part of the family, all right? Never feel that you're not, please. And last but not least, keep on with us. There's an elephant in the room, Force Design 2028. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't know everything about it. But I do know this. I know that one of the components of it is the Coast Guard's gonna grow. And if the Coast Guard's gonna grow, how are we gonna find the people? Yeah, we've got an interesting recruitment campaign, but I can't tell you how many people I have met in the Coast Guard over 25 years who said, oh yeah, my neighbor was an auxiliarist. Or, oh yeah, I was down in the marina working as a charter boat guy and I ran into a Coast Guard auxiliarist. I was walking around the mall and I saw a guy and he was a Coast Guard, or a woman, and she was a Coast Guard auxiliarist. And those stories, that's how we get the Commandant 25 years from now. And I hope you feel that, and I hope you believe in that, and I hope that means something to you, because that's what we need. Our recruiting efforts are good, but you make our recruiting efforts excellent. So without that, I will end. And with that information, I hope that it helps us all to adjust fire, engage the enemy, and create victory. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak to you today.
All right. Thank you so much, Captain. That was very inspirational, and I hope you feel the love, because I certainly do. So thank you so much for that, Captain. All right, we are ahead of schedule, but we're going to go ahead and take a recess now for our lunchtime activities. So we're going to recess the board for the meeting for lunch. Do we have any announcements? We must have announcements.
We always have announcements, ma'am. If you have not picked up your packet, your registration packet, in there are your meal tickets. Those are required for any attendance to the meals that you would have registered for. So if you have not gotten your packet, there is the registration table as soon as you walk out of this room. Also, while you're there, if you have not received a tax exempt form and turned that in or got one when you registered or came and checked into the hotel, get one of those there as well. And of course, your lunch tickets are your entrance into your meals today. Also, breaking it a little bit early, we have 2 other conferences that are here at the, that started today, and so it is busy out there. So just make sure you're giving yourself plenty of time to get lunch, take a break, and get back here. Our meeting will reconvene at 1300.
And where is the lunch?
The international lunch is going to be on the 27th floor of the Tower building.
Okay.
For the international lunch.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. We'll reconvene at 1300. Thank you.
We are going to give it just about one more minute. I know we have people making the hike through AT&T land, and then we will get started. Here, I can slide. Wally, you can slide. Reading my mind. Kelly, I'm going to slide you sideways just a tad. There you go. I object. Is that what you just said? Did you hear, Bruce? I object.
Schofield is advocating for auxiliary space in the museum.
Ooh, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
thrilled to
thank
be
you.
here.
Thank you. All right. Our group looks a little smaller, but that's okay. The key people are here. I reconvene the meeting of the National Board and call for a visual confirmation of a quorum. I attest for NEXCOM and President of NAC. Dean Akers, will you attest to your different areas? So Commodore Krogman.
Present.
Commodore Thatch.
Atlantic West is all present and accounted for.
Thank you. Commodore Bozarth.
That area is in the house.
Yes. We can begin. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you all. Hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. Keeping it chilly in here so you don't fall asleep. Hopefully it'll get a little warmer. It is now my pleasure to introduce the president of the National Coast Guard Museum Association, Captain Wes Pulver, retired. Captain?
First, I want to say thanks so much to the Commodore Mary Kirkland for the invitation to be here. Mary, thank you so much for the invitation. It means the world to us. I'm part of a project with the association working with the Coast Guard to tell the Coast Guard story, which includes your story. And so I'm really thrilled to be here. And then on a personal note, I did a few years on the Coast Guard, 14 plus years afloat. The auxiliary was often my family from the time from a PB skipper, my wife and I, all the way through Eagle as skipper, where we had our cooks, we had quartermasters, we had, I'm just going, the doctors on board, medical staff was the auxiliary. So my appreciation for what you do is very much from my heart. So thanks for what you do and for our nation and for our Coast Guard. I'm here to talk about the National Coast Guard Museum. Thrilled to be here. I've been in front of a lot of folks here over the years, more as a concept. What I'm going to show you today is steel going up. We are less of a concept, and it's a reality. We've had a chance, I believe, to put a wonderful platform together for our service. I don't just call it a museum, I call it a place for the Coast Guard tells its story. It's a home field advantage, congressional, celebrations, whatever that is, we're providing an asset for the service. I'm proud to be part of that team. What I have is some of the recent photo renderings. So this has not been built yet, so I don't want to get people too excited. But you can see we're building about a 90,000 square foot building for the U.S. Coast Guard. And interestingly enough, when we complete it and we have no liens, we gift it to the Coast Guard. So my job is to effectively put this part of our business out of business and give it to Doug Schofield, who's going to maintain it. He still owes me money, but that's another story. But I'm absolutely thrilled to show you what we're doing here on the river of the Thames River, New London, Connecticut. Different rendering, and the reason I'm showing this rendering is I want you to kind of look at it really quickly and then look at this. So this is the building, and this slide is the steel going up. Coincidentally, although I'd like to say I planned it this way, and this is how I roll, on Coast Guard Day, steel started coming out of the ground. Interesting about the site, it's $25 million in before steel could come out of the ground. Coast Guard gave us a piece of property that we couldn't build on, which I think is hysterical, and now we can build on it. But we had to invest a lot of piles, sheet piles, all the rest to get where we are. Another example of progress is right there is the 60J that will adorn the atrium area with the rescue swimmer. We can see today that looks more like this as steel comes out of the ground. We are funded actually through the structure itself. We still have some work to do on getting the interiors package in, but we have a way, and we're working on that now. What I'd like to sort of just give you an understanding is that, again, a lot of the times I've been in front of you, it's been more of a concept. We're going to build a museum. I'm hoping for your support. We're building it. It's going up. We hope to have the building in the hands of the Coast Guard. Either the Coast Guard owns it or I lease it for $1 so that the Coast Guard can start putting in their exhibits. So we hope by early or late next summer, early next fall, is I'm going to turn this building one way over to the Coast Guard so they can start their install of exhibits. The Coast Guard's going to choose that opening date. I'm hoping in spring of '27, but they've got a lot of installation to do. When you look at this project, our association owns the building itself and a lot of the exterior stuff. The Coast Guard has actually received, at this point, about $80 million from the federal government to work on the exhibits and all of the programming, led by Captain Carl Riedland. His team is working hard so they can tell your story. And what is that story? This has been codified already. There's 5 galleries that tell the story of the Coast Guard. We all know about 11 statutory missions. We know about things like that. Emily Other doesn't sell well, doesn't get kids excited, but what does get kids excited is defenders of our nation, enforcers on the seas, lifesavers around the globe, champions of commerce, protectors of the environment. So those 5 wing areas, we took those statutory missions from Congress and really turned it into a marketing thing. And I will pick on my lovely Coast Guard after my few years of service, is we gave them the protectors, defenders, enforcers. We gave them those words and they hated them. And 5 years later, they're now your branding. So you guys owe me money. I could have done that contract for you, Doug. I was there for you. But we're real excited about these exciting terms that we have. And in there, and the reason I'm showing this, like the safety deck. So we have a deck of safety. This is lifesavers around the globe. On a personal note for the auxiliary, there is a section that talks about RBS and what the auxiliary does. And although it's a mission-driven themes, they do talk about some workforces, including the auxiliary, in that safety deck. In the security deck, when you get into defenders, they do talk about the auxiliary and how it was the patrols and all the things that you really started doing there in World War II. It is part of that. So as you go through these different storylines, you are in the museum. And it's important that you're in the museum because you're part of that Coast Guard story. And then what I'll show, other things that are occurring in the museum are STEM programming. We're trying to engage with the youth of America. We're trying to not just make Coast Guard men and women, but hopefully folks that want to serve in government or serve in STEM, or maybe they learn a little about aviation and it tweaks something in them. I can tell you I was never going to ships in my life until I got to play around on one, and a Coast Guard chief told me, boy, it'd be good to be out there, and that's what changed me. So the opportunity gives some of that opportunity. So we have a STEM programming, a STEM simulation center. By the way, sponsored by Petty Officer Arnold Palmer. Super guy when I got to meet him, and did not play golf with him, but I would have liked to have. But that's the sim center that he was really behind. And if you look behind me, there's a command center in there. There's an aircraft in there. There's a cutter in there. So the idea is to engage kids with real operational missions, trick them into liking something that's educationally based, but it's really cool. So we're working hard on that. Things we're working on, a mission briefing room. By the way, sponsored by Mayor Michael Bloomberg, who was saved by the Coast Guard, who had a crash on a helicopter, and the Coast Guard saved him, and he called us and said, I'd like to be involved. You got things for kids. He sponsored this mission briefing room. So the kids before the simulators will come in, and they'll have a chance to get their mission. They'll have an educator there to get them inspired to go save lives, save the environment. It's a pretty cool opportunity. Other things in the museum, we've got an innovation lab. Again, this is for early learners. So from bringing in, say, 3 to 8 year olds that aren't ready to take on a helicopter yet, but they can go in and be inspired, get excited about the Coast Guard, get excited about government, maritime. I don't know what they're excited about, don't care. I want them to get excited. So we're working real hard with the Coast Guard to put on this programming. We do up in the top deck. I look forward to hosting a future NACON or one of these great ceremonies that you all do in these events, because we're going to have a significant event center on the top deck. As mentioned, it's a museum, but it's more. The opportunity for the Commandant to bring in the IMO and bring him in and do a conference on the top deck and on his home field or her home field advantage. How great would that be? So we're providing that as well. What's really cool is on the outside of this, as you walk, pretend you're walking with the retiree, walking there to retire. As you go out on the deck there's a memorial terrace representing the 5 services or 5 elements of workforce, including the auxiliary, that have made that sacrifice for our U.S. Coast Guard. So you're right there as well. Other things to show as we build, and I'm sort of in this is the kind of things we're doing mode, and look forward to, I'm going to be here for the next 2 days to answer any questions you have. But we've got an atrium. So this atrium is actually not part of the museum. The museum, this is not a tempered space, but a helicopter, a rescue swimmer, quotes. Don't look at that quote. That is a Halsey quote. We changed that to an Alexander Hamilton quote. We like that one better. But we're real excited about this idea of people engaging the waterfront. If you look careful, you'll see the massive eagle. Eagle's home port was just shifted to the city pier, so it's immediately adjacent. So when she's in port, she'll be part of that museum with the waterfront there. Outside, looking in, you can see the reflection of Eagle in that window, but this is our promenade. You can sort of see the helicopter up to the left. You see that rescue swimmer there, or a visitor, hopefully just a rescue swimmer on the line. But this is the idea of engaging the public, engaging what we're going to do with our National Coast Guard Museum and the hopefully 300,000 people a year, including all of you, that come and see what the Coast Guard does and learn that story that so many people don't know. And that's really, I promised I'd do this quickly, so I kept it 10 minutes. I just wanted to kind of thank you for the invitation. I'm going to be around to answer any questions you might have, unless there's now, because I got a few minutes to spare. But I want to say thank you. Auxiliary's been a big part of this. Our local folks in Connecticut working with us on a lot of design parameters. Rich Mahalchuk has taken the trip down at least 10 or 20 times to sit down with us and help us maneuver some things. We're really happy where we are. We look for opportunities to continue to engage with the auxiliary. I think it's an opportunity that we can all tell our story, and it would be great to put your story front and center. So I look forward to that opportunity. Any questions before I step down? I'm good with no questions. I'm here for the next 2 days. I'll join dinner tonight, tomorrow lunch. Look forward to chatting about the museum. And again, my appreciation for everything you do. It's meant a lot to my wife and I over our careers. You mean a lot to us, so thank you. She told me don't go long or I was dead.
Y'all know me better than that. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Pulver. I would now like to call up Lieutenant Richters and ask Captain Schmadeke, Commodore Kirkwood, Admiral Arguin, and Admiral Schofield if you would please come to the front of the stage for a quick award presentation.
Chris Ware, front and center. Sandy's next. Attention to award. Citation to accompany the award of the Auxiliary Commendation Medal, Gold Star in lieu of a 7th, to Auxiliarist Christopher D. Ware, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Auxiliaris Ware is cited for outstanding achievement in serving as a caretaker liaison for Auxiliaris Leonard Cantor from March to August 2025. Auxiliaris Cantor, District Chief of Staff of Coast Guard District Oceana in Hawaii, suffered a severe head injury while training in St. Louis, Missouri, and underwent extensive medical treatment that soon required prolonged rehabilitation in Chicago, Illinois. Demonstrating unparalleled care for a shipmate, Auxiliaris Ware devoted himself to frequently driving the 330 round-trip miles to visit Auxiliaris Cantor, monitor and report on his progress, and provide superb home-away-from-home support. His welfare visits were vital to keeping Auxiliaris Cantor's family updated and providing Oceana District's Director of Auxiliary all information needed to process his injury case with the Department of Labor. Applying deep appreciation for the healing power of companionship, he brought his certified comfort dog, Sandy, with him each visit, which significantly boosted Auxiliaris Cantor's morale and determination. Auxiliaris Ware's profound commitment to ensuring a shipmate never felt alone was always supported and invaluable to Auxiliaris Cantor's steadfast resolve and medical improvement. Auxiliaris Ware's dedication, judgment, and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Citation to accompany the award of the Auxiliary Certificate of Appreciation to Sandy Pearl Ware. Sandy Pearl Ware is cited for outstanding performance above and beyond the call of duty as a trained Americans with Disability Act K-9 from March to August 2025. Demonstrating unparalleled love, empathy, and compassion, Sandy unfailingly remained at the side of her handler, Auxiliaris Christopher Ware, rendering invaluable support throughout frequent visits to Auxiliaris Leonard Cantor in Chicago, Illinois, while he underwent prolonged rehabilitation stemming from a severe head injury. Although he was more than 4,000 miles away from his home in Hawaii, Sandy provided Auxiliaris Cantor with an enduring sense of home, hope, and family that significantly boosted his morale and determination. Applying remarkable canine alertness and insight, Sandy even made attempts to assist Auxiliaris Cantor with his balance whenever she observed that he needed a little help. Sandy's profound commitment to ensuring a shipmate never felt alone and was always supported was invaluable to Auxiliaris Cantor's steadfast resolve and medical improvement. There has never been a more magnificent example of man's best friend. Sandy's selfless dedication, professionalism, and unwavering support of all shipmates are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Thank you, Auxiliaris Ware. You may now be seated. Auxiliaris Miguel Minervini, front and center. Attention to award from Commandant to Auxiliaris Miguel A. Minervini, U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary. Subject, letter of commendation. I note with pride and am pleased to commend you for your performance of duty as Auxiliary Freedom of Information Act FOIA Specialist from May 2023 to April 2025. During this period, you expertly processed and closed 31 FOIA cases, significantly contributing to the reduction of a years-long backlog. Among these, you single-handedly completed a particularly complex case totaling 3,105 pages, requiring over a year of sustained effort. Your work demanded meticulous review and redaction of sensitive materials, including court depositions, transcripts, personnel statements, official forms, and photographs. Despite numerous challenges and in support of an understaffed department, your diligence and professionalism greatly enhanced the United States Coast Guard's responsiveness and compliance with FOIA obligations. You are commended for your outstanding performance of duty. By your meritorious service, you have upheld the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. You are hereby authorized to wear the Auxiliary Commandant's Letter of Commendation ribbon bar. For the Commandant, Brent R. Schmadicke, Captain, U.S. Coast Guard, Chief, Office of Auxiliary and Boating Safety. Thank you, Auxiliarist Minervini. You may now be seated. Can the Director of E Directorate, Bob Brandenstein, please come up to join in presenting another award?
Okay. Gotcha. So it's our pleasure to award the Commodore Daniel Maxim Award for educational excellence across the country to the three top instructors in our judgment that were submitted for approval here in work done in 2024. So none of the three awardees are in the room, and I'd like to ask Commodore Bono and Commodore Nelson and Commodore Martin to District 7 to come forward and receive the awards on behalf of the awardees in their districts. And our first awardee is Daniel McIntyre in District 7, which is now called Southeast District. Yeah. Advance. One more. There we go. Citation? Oh. So those are, that's the trophy that has been awarded, and it is in the Flotilla Commander's presence at this point.
Citation to accompany the award of the Auxiliary Achievement Medal, Gold Star in lieu of a second, to Dan S. McIntyre, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Auxiliarist McIntyre is cited for superior performance of duty as the recipient of the 2024 Atlantic East Commodore Daniel Maxim Award for Excellence in Education for sustained and exceptional service to members and the boating public. Committed to continuous improvement, his extraordinary education and training expertise, professional presence, and excellent communication skills are exceeded only by outstanding results. He has devoted considerable effort to organizing, developing, and teaching water and boating safety to children in Brevard County elementary and high schools. He conducted more than 35 classes, graduating nearly 900 students under the age of 17. In every situation, he focuses closely on the topics and skills, explaining issues and problems with clarity and ease. He demonstrated a remarkable team spirit, motivated shipmates to achieve their highest capabilities, and led by example. Auxiliarist McIntyre has been creative in developing strategies to help students understand concepts and principles, recognizing that the key to reducing boating fatalities and accidents requires a vigorous effort to educate the boating public. He dedicated more than 65 hours toward public education and training shipmates. Auxiliarist McIntyre's diligence, perseverance, and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary.
Our next awardee is Anthony K. Griffin of Heartland District East.
Citation to accompany the award of the Auxiliary Achievement Medal to Anthony K. Green, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Auxiliaris Griffin is cited for superior performance of duty as the recipient of the 2024 Atlantic West Commodore Daniel Maxim Award for Excellence in Education for sustained and exceptional service to members and the boating public. Committed to continuous improvement, his extraordinary education and training expertise, professional presence, and excellent communication skills are exceeded only by his willingness to go beyond the call of duty. His ability to engage students and hold their attention has made him a popular instructor, inspiring many students to pursue additional training. His training aids afforded students the opportunity not only to hear the material presented, but also to see actual examples. He demonstrated a remarkable team spirit, motivating shipmates to achieve their highest capabilities and leading by example. He taught a wide range of public education courses and seminars and is widely regarded as the go-to expert for member training and public education. Recognizing that the key to reducing boating fatalities and accidents requires a vigorous effort to educate the boating public, he dedicated more than 80 hours toward public education and training other auxiliarists. Auxiliaris Griffin's diligence, perseverance, and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. One more.
And our first place winner for the year 2024 activities is Robert M. Sejnowski of the Oceania District.
Citation to accompany the award of the Auxiliary Commendation Medal to Robert M. Sejnowski, the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Auxiliary Sejnowski is cited for outstanding achievement as the recipient of the 2024 Commodore Daniel Maxim Award for Excellence in Education for sustained and exceptional service to auxiliaries and the boating public. With his excellent classroom presence and genuine respect for his students, Auxiliary Sejnowski embodies the ideal of what all instructors strive to be. He is articulate and engaging, wears his uniform properly and proudly, and leverages his knowledge and background to benefit others. Through his innovative teaching methods, unwavering support, and open communication, he creates an environment that encourages novice educators to explore, innovate, and reflect. Auxiliary Sejnowski created and used innovative training aids that significantly improved learning experiences, making education more engaging, accessible, and effective. Recognizing that the key to reducing boating fatalities and accidents requires a vigorous effort to educate the boating public, he dedicated nearly 60 hours towards public education and training other auxiliarists. His peers recognize him as an expert in water safety, which has led to a high demand for his classes. Auxiliary Sejnowski's dedication, judgment, and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary.
So thank you. That completes the awards for this cycle, this season, and I urge all districts to submit nominees for the coming year as soon as possible. They need to be in by about March and need to get thinking about them right now. So thank you very much. And that's the presentations for this year. And I gave you the clicker back.
Yep. Thank you. All right, Admirals, Commodore, Captain, please remain in the front. I would now like to call up Director of the V Directorate, Tom Niles, to present the remaining two awards.
Audience, you can go ahead and take a seat. Thank you. Yeah, Admirals, please stand by. The Vessel Exam and Partner Visitation Directorate, in conjunction with the Auxiliary Association, are pleased to recognize the top two flotillas in vessel safety checks and program visitation for 2024 performance. These flotillas were able to complete thousands of vessel safety checks or partner visits during the year and had the highest performance growth as well as the highest percentage of members qualified. The efforts of these flotillas enabled us to reach the recreational boating public, encouraging them to wear life jackets, have the proper equipment on board, and provide thousands of brochures on safety to our business partners for consumption by the public. It's my distinct honor and privilege to announce the winners of this year's award. I'd like to ask the Commodore for Heartland District Eastern Region to please come up to the front. The first place winner for vessel examinations for 2024 is Flotilla 5-3, Central Cincinnati, Ohio. And Commodore, don't go anywhere, Commodore. You can, Commodore, stay. The second place winner for partner visitation for 2024 is Flotilla 610, Maysville, Kentucky, from Heartland District, Eastern Region. Yep. Would the Commodore for Northeast District, Southern Region, please come forward. The second place winner for vessel examination for 2024 is Flotilla 1013 from Wyckoff, New Jersey. We got one more. No, not for him, but we have one more award, sorry. Didn't mean to be too confusing there. The first place winner for partner visitations is Flotilla 6-3, Orange Coast, California, Southwest District, Southern Region. Somebody's coming. Thank you, Commodore. Thank you all very much for your attention. I think they're done, right? Okay.
Thank you all. All right, congratulations to the recipients and a job well done. We have another big award that we are going to announce. Commodore Kirkwood.
All right, can we get our slides up? So we have another big award that was given earlier this summer, actually about a month ago, and that is Flotilla of the Year Award. I had the pleasure, extreme pleasure, of presenting this award to Great Lakes District, Western Region, Flotilla 3506 out of Chicago. So Chicago 6 is the name of their flotilla. And they definitely deserved it. Boy, I'll tell you, they're a great flotilla, very, very active, very integrated into the sector, the small boat stations there, and really it was great, awesome. Do we have any pictures? Oh, coming. Yeah, there you go. So we made a great day of it. They got me out on the water in the morning, and we had the presentation of the award in the evening, and it was just a great experience. Deputy National Commodore Sonny Thatch was there with us, and we had a great time. So congratulations to the Flotilla of the Year. So a couple of comments as we close. You'll note the time. We seem to be getting better at this every time we do it and more efficient, and so we are ending up ahead of time. We didn't have as many speakers for this today as we had thought. A couple of them had to back out at the last minute, but in lieu of this and looking at our schedule going forward for tomorrow, we have the board meeting just in the morning tomorrow. I think we're going to roll back or push forward, roll back, whatever it is. We're going to start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, okay? It's probably either forward or backwards, depending on which time zone, right? So, yeah. So, so that's the big news for tomorrow. So we'll start at 9 o'clock. I think we're going to still have plenty of time to get out of here in time for lunch. So I want to thank you for your presence today, for the great speakers we had today. I want to thank you for your very, very considerate deliberation of our recommendations. I had some of you know, I very mixed feelings on some of them, and I appreciate your thoughts on it and your remarks on it, and I think we came out with the right decision here, so thank you for that. This has been an incredible, I've been here almost a week now, and it's been an incredible experience, and again, we could easily pull this off on Zoom. I'm sorry, we could pull this off on Zoom, but there's nothing like being in person. And the relationship building, the networking, the fellowship, the exchange of ideas, and learning about how other districts do things and other programs. I know you spent a lot of time on the strategic plan yesterday and working on that. It's just been an awesome week, and I know tonight's going to be fun. It's not too late to go get cowboy boots. Culver's about a half a mile down. Not too late, but it's really is great. It'll be great tonight, and then tomorrow we've got a full day as well. So, Kelly, do you have any announcements? I know I shouldn't even ask her if she's got announcements. She's always got announcements.
I've always got announcements. It looks like most of you have picked up your packet. There's still a few left, which means if you haven't picked it up, you are not getting dinner this evening. So make sure you stop by registration to pick it up and get your tickets, please. It has your receipt in there also that you will need for your travel claim. So another reason to pick it up. Tax exempt forms are over there as well. As Commodore mentioned, tonight is our fun night. Theme is obviously Western, and we will have a social beforehand downstairs in the atrium. So you'll see that down there. And after this, once we adjourn here, we will have our flag forum in this room. That is for our DCOs, DCOSs, our DIROCs, and our OTOs. So those I just mentioned, please remain in the room, and we will have the flag forum after this.
All right, thank you. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting for today and resume in the morning. Do I hear a motion? Commodore Villeneuve was, and then Noreen for a second. Honestly, my mind's going blank right now on a lot of things. But yeah, it's been a long week. But yeah, so we have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Anybody opposed? Not all hands were up. You oppose or you abstain? We'll call it abstain. Okay, the motion passed. All right, so have a good rest of your afternoon. I know most of you are staying for the flag forum, and the rest we'll see tonight in your yeehaw cowboy outfits, right? It's going to be fun. We do have a line dance instructor coming, so I'm really looking forward to tonight. All right, see y'all later. What?
At least you didn't call it a costume.
Kelly about punched me last night because I said something about her, about Western costume and being in this area. I thought she was going to hit me. All right, we're adjourned. Thank you. Hold on a second. We need to talk about Master Chief's retirement because it's not in this place. Isn't that today? Yes, so let's talk about Master Chief's retirement, please.
Master
Lieutenant?
Chief Park will be retiring today after serving 30 years in the Coast Guard in the Rosetta Room, Rosetta, at 1700. It's a small room, so there might be some folks standing, but please come. It would mean a lot. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Thanks for asking. So would you like to remain up here, or do you want to get down closer? I mean, this is good because you can have a microphone and stuff. It's up to you.
Uniform for the retirement is Trops.